Good evening to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Kingman City Council held on May 16th, 2023. And of course, as you see, we have a full house, and welcome everybody, whether you're here tonight in council chambers or participating and watching the Zoom meeting. We appreciate your participation in government. I would also please remind everybody to let's be civil in our dealings with each other and in our speaking. First, we will have a call to order and roll call, which I've already done the call to order, so roll call.
Mayor Watkins.
Here.
Vice Mayor Samley.
Here.
Councilmember Pat.
Present.
Councilmember Savage.
Here.
Councilmember Scott Staley.
Present.
Councilmember Walker.
Here.
Councilmember Ward.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation tonight will be given by Pastor Michael Bell of Kingman Nazarene Church. And afterwards we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilor Savage. I would invite everybody to stand for that.
Let's pray. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who brings rain to a parched and dry land. Fill this land with your blessing and provision. Fill our hearts with your love and salvation. Fill our thoughts with those of you and for our fellow mankind. May your angels watch over this city and those who reside here. Father, I lift up this city council to you this day, that they may do your work for the cause of Kingman. Bless them with your wisdom and understanding of the things that they will discuss today. Provide for them the clear knowledge of how to better this city and its people. Place your mighty hand of protection upon them this day. Protect those who work for this city, and help us always to remember your love for us. May we love each other, following your example of love. In the matchless name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please face the flag and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thank you. You know how great that sounds up here to hear all of you, all of us pledging allegiance? It is amazing. We thank you. The council may go into executive session for legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03A3 to discuss any agenda item. The following items may be discussed, considered, and decisions made relating thereto. Item 1, appointments. Item 1A, Parks, Aquatics, Recreation, and Golf Commission appointment. The Parks, Aquatics, Recreation, and Golf Commission currently has one vacancy. One application from Sarah Ferry has been received and provided for review to the council liaison, city manager, and staff. Residency and voter registration status have been verified. Staff is recommending appointment of Sarah Ferry to a term ending on December 31st, 2026. Vice Mayor Cherish, Samley.
Hi, good evening. I had reviewed Sarah's application. I know Sarah. Sarah's here tonight, I believe. She is an avid community supporter, so I feel like with her love of passion for parks, quality of life, having served on the Clean City Commission in the past, I am very happy to recommend her for this position.
Great, thank you. Sarah, is there anything you'd like to say to council?
Sure, if I may.
Please invite you forward.
Good evening, everyone. I had to write this down so I didn't forget anything important, so bear with me here. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm Sarah Ferry, a local resident. I've lived in Kingman for 39 years. My small family and I live downtown. I have two small businesses, and I volunteer for our downtown nonprofit, Kingman Main Street. So you've seen me recently quite a bit. Inspiring the folks in our community to adopt a sense of stewardship, volunteer, and become more engaged in local issues is a passion of mine. Though I recognize and am realistic about the financial limitations we have here, I'm committed to the possibility of progress with outside of the box thinking and working in partnership with members of the community to make our community the place that we'd love for it to be. An example of this, and one of my proudest achievements with the Clean City Commission, was our collaboration with the city, the Parks Department, and committed members of our community to bring back the Adopt a Block program and create the new Adopt a Park and Trail program. This has given many volunteer organizations and individuals in our community an opportunity to help care for, maintain, and fundraise for additions to our beloved parks and trails. This city's streets and parks and trails are now our streets and parks and trails. I would love to continue identifying parks and trails that are in need of adopting and finding volunteers to adopt them. I would love to advocate for the council, the Parks Department, and Commission, helping to educate, encourage, and empower community members to be proactive when concerned, ask questions when curious, and to the best of my ability, connect them with the proper resources. I'm excited to continue sharing all the good things that our City of Kingman and the Parks Department are doing, especially the trails are a real passion of mine, and quality of life, like you said, cherish. I believe that I'd be a great candidate for this position because I have a deep appreciation for the outdoors, and passionate about making sure we live in a community with accessible, safe, and enjoyable recreational spaces. I have experience working with community organizations and understand the importance of collaboration and communication when making decisions that impact the community. I believe that I'll bring a unique perspective to the commission. And I just thank you for considering allowing me to serve the community and to give back in a meaningful way. So thanks for hearing me tonight.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah from council? Okay. Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion, please?
I would. I'd like to make a motion that Sarah Ferry be appointed to a term on the Parks, Aquatic, Recreation, and Golf Commission ending December 31st, 2026.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Congratulations, Sarah. Item 1B, Clean City Commission appointment. Councilor Staley, I think you're assigned to this commission.
I am. I am the liaison for the Clean City Commission, and I have reviewed the application for Marcia Jocelyn, and I did recommend that we appoint her to fill one of the 2 vacancies on the Clean City Commission.
Great, thank you. I should read the introduction on that, I apologize. The Clean City Commission currently has 2 vacancies. One application from Marcia Jocelyn has been received and provided for review to the council liaison, city manager, and staff. Residency and voter registration status have been verified. Staff is recommending appointment of Marcia Jocelyn to a term ending on December 31st, 2026. And as we've heard from Councilor Staley, she obviously is very in favor of this. Is Ms. Jocelyn here tonight? Okay, but that's all right. Moving forward, Councilor Staley, would you like to make a motion, please?
Sure. I would move that we appoint Marcia Jocelyn to the Clean City Commission.
I'll second that.
Thank you for those motions. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 2, awards recognition. 2A, Citizens Academy Participant Recognition Spring 2023. As you know, we just finished our second Citizens Academy, and actually this is we had great participation, and we actually have more graduating this time than last time, so I think it's just going to I hope that trend continues. So we would like to welcome those people. Some of them are here tonight to receive their recognition award, their award, and also to receive a t-shirt saying they have completed this. So is Tina here tonight? There you are, Tina. Tina, there's a chair. Anyway, we'll get you a chair. Would you like to come up here with me? And, is Ron? Oh, Ron, are you going to do this?
Well, No, I think you got it figured out, Mayor. And
Well-
Tina, I asked Tina to help.
I apologize for not recognizing you that you were participating via Zoom, so I'm glad you're with
Yeah,
us.
Sorry about that.
So thanks again.
I
Okay, so I think in
I
your
hate
stead,
having-
go ahead.
I hate having to do it this way, but just circumstances are requiring me to be away. But it is, we actually had a great class. It is more than our second. We're beyond our second Citizen Academy graduation. I think this is our third or fourth. So we were ecstatic to have a large number, much bigger than last time. And so I'll just turn over the time to Tina and you to recognize those that were able to attend tonight.
Great, thank you. Our Deputy Clerk, Tanya, is going to read your name if you're here, and we'd ask you to come forward. And Tina from our Finance Manager and myself will present you with your awards.
Allison Baskin. Karen Bumpus. Tamara Crawford. Samara, sorry. Leslie Davidson. Scott Huell. Leroy Lambert. Joyce Lucero. Amanda Mayer. I don't think she's present. Brett Mello. George Nelson. Joshua Nelson. Heather Patnod. Aaron Ricka. Grace Ricka Runge. Janet Patrice. Amber Sanchez. Ray Schmidt. Catherine Tascheron. Michelle Wood Nelson.
Not that I'm going to say anything, but if change out two can lights, replace two combo pictures. They're out of Phoenix or Tucson. It's like, the bid for that? This is on the job order stuff.
There is no chair.
Water underneath the bridge.
We would like to invite all of you from the Citizens Academy who just graduated, if you'd come up for a picture, please. And council, we invite all of you to come down.
We might have to.
Council wants up and. Do that, okay. Fill in behind them, let's do that. Aaron, come on. Okay. Go squeeze in. Okay, let's get around the last one. And I would invite those from the Citizens Academy, if they would like to stay, they're more than welcome to, but if they would also like to leave, we could take that opportunity for you to exit the building, exit the council chambers. Thank you. Item 3, call to the public, comments from the public. Those wishing to address the council should fill out request forms in advance. Comments from the public will be restricted to items not on the agenda, with the exception of those on the consent agenda. There will be no comments allowed that advertise for a particular person or group. Comments should be limited to no longer than 3 minutes. The council may not respond to speakers during the call to the public. The council may direct the city manager to study the matter or request that the matter be placed on a future agenda. Now, for some guidelines for tonight, because we have 2 issues that a lot of you are here for, under new business, item 6A and of course 6B. Obviously, if you would hold your comments for that time when we are going to discuss those items. Tanya, Deputy Clerk Tanya, do we have any comments that are not addressing those things?
No, Mayor Watkins. We don't have anybody signed up today. I'm doing something for you.
As Vice Mayor said, she's here in spirit. And I'm getting the gray hair too, so I'm trying to catch up with her. I know, I shouldn't mention that, but you know what? I call it wisdom. It's not, you get gray hair from wisdom. That's right. So, thank you, Barbara. So, having no comments from public comments, we will move on to our consent agenda, item 4. Consent agenda, all matters listed here are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Council members, do we have any items that need to be removed? Councilor Staley.
I would like to remove item F.
Okay, item F. Anything else, councilors? Okay, can we have a motion then approving consent agenda items A through E?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Councilor Staley, item F.
Could you read item F?
Oh, yes,
first,
I'm
Mayor?
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Item 4F, change order number 1, council chambers conference room. Authorization to accept change order number 1 to the council chambers conference room renovation project. Staff recommends approval.
Yes.
Councilor Staley.
So I pulled this item because when you go into the packet, if you look at the summary, it gives more detail. It says authorization to accept change order number 1. You just read that part. This project will be done under a job order contract with SD Crane, which was approved by City Council at the April, I think they meant 5th, 2022 regular meeting. So it says it was approved, but then in the next sentence, it says, this project did not require approval by City Council prior to this change order because it was under the $50,000 threshold. The change order in the amount of $7,008.13 is to demolish an existing wall and frame a new wall and to relocate an existing light switch. This change brings the cost of the entire project to remodel the room behind us to $56,785. And I did go back to that April 5th, 2022 meeting. We did not vote to approve this project. At that meeting, it was just a request of qualifications from contractors to do general repairs around the city. And this also was not included in last year's budget. It was not a project in there. So it was a little bit of a surprise to me to see that we were spending $56,785 to remodel this conference room. And there's another about $5,000 in this upcoming budget for a new table and chairs. And altogether, that's a fireman's salary, you know? And so I was surprised. I didn't know we were spending that much because it really, unless I missed a meeting, I hadn't seen this information before. And I think it's excessive to be spending that much to remodel a conference room that the council uses maybe quarterly for a few minutes. It seems sufficient to me now. The table is made of oak. Like, it's going to survive. It'll be around longer than all of us will be. It just seems like a waste of funds. And so I pulled it because I will be voting against this.
Okay, I appreciate your comments. I do see your wisdom as far as the table. I like to try to hold on to things as long as we can, and if they're useful, use them up before we just dispose of them. So, any other discussion from council on this matter?
Mayor Watkins,
Yes,
I was thinking
Councilor
the,
Pat.
I was thinking the exact same thing that Councilor Steele was thinking, and I was wondering if anybody else uses the council chambers on a regular basis. That's all I wanted to know.
Mayor, I can
Yes.
provide some clarification.
That
for
would be great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. So reel back for just a little bit. The wording's kind of confusing. What the council approved in that 22 meeting was the JOC contract itself. So in that JOC, we can work below a $50,000 threshold. The procurement's done until we breach that $50,000 ceiling, and then at that point, we have to come to council. So to answer your question, Councilor Pat, yes, that meeting room is used often. That was part of the basis for actually trying to relocate the wall, is to provide some additional space in there, make it a little more user-friendly. Staff actually uses that regularly for other meetings that the city manager or even just staff is conducting, be it safety committee, budgeting, other things that room is used for as well. Carl could probably verify as well. A lot of times that's also used for the staff meetings that Mr. Foggin has with the management team.
Okay. So it's held as a conference room,
Mayor?
basically downstairs and upstairs. I'm sorry, Mr. Foggin.
Yes, so, thank you. That conference room is the only conference room that we have upstairs, and it is used, as Jack just said, quite a bit. The finance department, who does not have a conference room, administration does not have a conference room. That is a conference room that it is used a lot. And yes, the council, we call it the council conference room, but it really serves as the city hall conference room upstairs.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any other yes, Councilor Saley.
I would just respond to that we do have other space. You can use the chambers. We have a conference room at the KPD. We have a conference room at the Powerhouse. I think there's a conference room at Public Works. Like, we could use the space. I think we could figure it out. And I'm not sure that spending $56,000 is really warranted. How much bigger are you going to make it? How much bigger is the new table? I mean, you can already fit a number of people in there. I guess I'm asking, like, what's the justification in spending that much? What are you going to do to that room to make it so much bigger to say it's worth, $60,000?
So that from floor up is getting new flooring. You have the built-in shelves, those are coming out as the change order is for. There's a section of wall where those shelves were built in, they're kind of nested. So that's all going to come out and widen that end of the room up. So that'll actually provide additional space behind the chairs for a number of reasons. There's some compliance issues in there. The width of the room with the table in it, with the shelves and things in there, actually is not compliant as is. So the carpet and other things in the room, we could slap a coat of paint on it. The carpet and some of the flooring dates back to the original construction of the building, so it's due to go as is. It's exceeded its life. So as far as a large expansion of the room, no, you're correct, it does not accomplish all, it doesn't make it a significantly larger room, but it does update everything, including some network items, so we can put monitors up that can be used during meetings and things, some power to the table to make it an actual conference room that's usable for presentations and things as well.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Well, since you pulled it, my question is, who missed the wall that needed to be demolished? Because, I mean, I understand how change orders work in construction and things come up, but moving a wall and making it bigger, I mean, that seems like, was that not in the original plans, or?
It was not, it was a later request. I will take that if be. Initially, yeah, we were gonna try and keep the wall there, but looking at some of the items to make room and make it work the way we wanted to, it was found as we got into it that we decided we'd like to move that wall out as well.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? On the one hand, I hate spending the money, but on the other hand, I don't think it's feasible to go travel to other places either, because there's all kinds of liability and exposure for doing that kind of stuff too. The chamber's offices, the chamber rents space from the community college. That community college owns that building, so that could be difficult.
I meant the chamber in here.
You mean this council chamber is here, but oftentimes these doors, yes, but oftentimes people will walk in and just walk down the hall and walk in on a meeting. So there's pluses and minuses to that. And of course, we don't want to lock the doors. That's not a good sign either, as far as locking chamber doors. So, but I appreciate this being brought to council. Once again, I hate spending the money, but I think sometimes this makes sense to go ahead and do this and get this done.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we need a motion for approving item 4F on our consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve item F.
Thank you, Councilor Walker. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Do we need to have I think this council is fairly tied up on this one. So do we need to have a roll call vote on this, or?
Yeah, it'll be good practice.
Okay. I think so. Thank you, Councilor Pat. Deputy Clerk.
Mayor Watkins,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Samley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pat,
Nay.
Councilmember Savage,
Yay.
Councilmember Scott Staley,
Nay.
Councilmember Walker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ward.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-3. Thank you. Moving on, item 5, old business. We have none. Item 6, I think for most of you are here for.
Couldn't tell.
6A, downtown infrastructure improvement construction contract. This agenda item is for consideration and approval of the construction services contract for the downtown infrastructure improvement project. The design concept for this project initially began in fiscal year 2021. This project budget was approved and included in the fiscal year 23 five-year capital improvement plan. The attached guaranteed maximum price proposal is for the original budget of $7,147,082, including $220,676 in contingency funds, which will be paid from the Capital Projects Fund. Staff recommends approval. How we would like to handle this item, first, we will turn some time over to Jack for discussion of this, and then we will turn some time over for public comment.
Sure. I will keep my portion short because I'm sure you have lots of other people to listen to this evening. So as the council item indicated, this project's really been around for a while. We funded the design concept report back in 20. I've been working through that. We moved into final design. The project has been, since you guys had approved a construction manager at risk pre-construction services contract in October of last year. The design team has been working through that design. We actually have that finished. As it indicated, we have the full amount that was budgeted in the CIP allocated, but that does include $220,000 roughly in contingency funds, which if we don't run into anything, we don't use them. But that gives us, if we're digging the ground, and we find an old gas station or something weird, which has happened downtown, we have some funds available to manage that. With that, I'll try and answer any questions you have and allow the rest of the community to speak.
Council, do you have questions or comments right now, or do we want to hear from the public? Yes, Councilor Ward.
How much did you have to cut out of the project, Jack, to get it down to that price?
So mainly we shortened up the ends a little bit, so we won't do 6th and we won't do 1st, those bump outs. We'll have transitions back out to those limits for the paving and concrete curb and sidewalk specifically. And really that was the most of it. Everything else was doing some value engineering for different base materials that are allowed through MAG, our standard construction specifications and stuff like that. But generally speaking, aside from the bump outs at 1st and 6th, we're still inside those limits.
So it still continues clear to 66?
No, the project goes from, call it just to the west side of 2nd Street between 1st and 2nd, and continues to the east, right up just about to 6th Street in those limits.
Okay, but on this drawing, it shows the new sidewalks going all the way to 66 and a block beyond Beale. Is that, or half a block beyond Beale, is that still in the?
I'm unfamiliar with the drawing you have.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Yeah, we were all questioning where the drawing came from.
Yeah, not
Councilor Ward.
something
Oh,
I
you mean in that one or this
provided.
one here?
This one.
That one, from the packet.
I don't think the packets you have are the packet, everything I included is on the agenda. I did not bring any supplementary material
Okay.
for this item.
Well, it was the same drawing that they had shown us that,
I'm sorry.
The website, I think that's
Oh,
what's trying
okay.
to go. And it highlighted the zones.
it's in here.
How far the project would cover. It was like an aerial.
May I come to the dais and see what you're seeing, please?
Of course.
Here it is.
Yeah, so this is 6th Street right here, this is 1st Street. We're gonna be right at these limits, the way the project stands.
But you're still going to do these down to 66?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Yes, we will be doing.
Oh,
Those are the portions of the side streets going south to Andy Devine,
Okay.
1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th.
okay. I appreciate that clarification, because I had heard something different, that we were going to have to maybe just go to the alleys on that. So I appreciate that clarification. That's great. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Planty? Vice Mayor?
Did you say you eliminated for now the bump outs?
No,
Okay.
only at 1st and 6th.
1st and
6th,
6th,
part of that is pending what happens at 519, and then 1st Street. 2 reasons. One, we were trying to do some value engineering, but also we were awarded a grant to do some work in that area, specifically in front of the powerhouse, and depending on how that design works out, it may accomplish that anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jack. How we want to handle public comment tonight so this meeting doesn't go on forever, because I know there's a lot of you here. We have heard as a council many of your comments in the past, so what we would like to do is limit this discussion for a half an hour. And those, we should be able to get through most of these. I haven't counted them, but that's going to get about 15 people through, and we would like to limit you to 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes. If that's acceptable, I think we would like to move forward with that, council. Are you all on board with that?
Yes.
Okay, real good. First, Ms. Barbara Carpenter.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Watkins, Vice Mayor. Well, I'm short. Good evening, Mayor Watkins and Vice Mayor and City Council. I don't think there is anybody that does not want to see our downtown improved. I have a couple of concerns, and one is the trees. I'm very concerned with the water that we have problems with, and that the trees are going to take a lot to root. There are other options, and I don't know if anybody has bothered to check into it, but there are, you know, shade type things that you can, metal art and stuff like that. So I think that's one of my major concerns. The other concern I have is, we were talking at one time about having this done in phases, and I haven't heard anything about that since. And it was supposed to start with a phase one. You were looking at a phase one and then moving forward slowly to make sure that we did not go over budget. Those are the two things that I'm mostly concerned about. And then I'd really like to see you guys look at giving our police and our firemen some raises. And I know that doesn't have anything to do with this, but they need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Ms. Mary Waters? Did I say that right? Gary, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Gary.
Not a problem.
Yes.
My name's Gary Waters. I live downtown. I've lived in Kingman my whole life, and I support this project. There's going to be a lot of people supporting this project for different reasons, such as you know, the safety aspect, or economic development with tourists. You know, there's the historic preservation. I'm coming at it from community just pride, basically. I mean, I live downtown. I'm so blessed in having neighbors that actually maintain their frontage. You know, we're all on the same page, basically, in our off hours. We just labor to make our own neighborhood look good. There's some bad actors, which I'm sure everybody in this audience has, you know, that don't actually pull their weight. But for the most part, our neighborhood leans toward the good direction, you know, toward renewal because of these sort of activities. Now, if you set that aside and look at the broader downtown area, like the business district along Beale Street, you'll see plenty of little businesses, and you see the people that get it. They maintain their shops, their windows and their displays look nice. They even take advantage of those little planters in front of their shops. They grow flowers and things like that. Now, there is some bad aspects of downtown with the old buildings, like Palo Christie's in ruins. You know, there's the Beale Hotel, which is probably the primary example of just, you know, a nagging problem for the city. But on the whole, it's leaning in the right direction. And it is because the city has put their hand on the scales over the decades to lean it that way through these types of investments. Like, for example, you know, the train station, or the quiet zone, or the powerhouse, or the high school. The city was actively involved in these investments, which made an outsized impact on our community. So again, downtown Kingman is the public face of Kingman. Just invest in your downtown and engender some pride here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Gary. Ms. Becky Fossen?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Board of Directors for the Chamber of Commerce. They asked me to come and remind you that we did write a letter in January of 2023. I'm not going to read it to you. I'm sure that you guys have already done that. But just to let you guys know that this is, just having a vibrant downtown is vital to our entire community, not just to our downtown. I've actually been contacted by businesses out at the airport that are in support of this project. It is a community-wide thing, not just for downtown, and we are fully in support of this project. So thank you for voting yes.
Thank you, Becky. Lori Voss Barthlow.
Good evening, council and mayor, vice mayor. I don't want to forget to say thank you. I don't want to forget to say thank you for listening to us, because I think we've been all over town talking about this. I live downtown too. I live on Spring Street, and I've been here my whole life. And I brought a show and tell. I don't know if you got to see these pictures that I had
Okay.
printed off for you.
Thank you.
It is a concept rendering that was done as part of the RUDAT study all the way back in May of 1998. That was 25 years ago this month. Maybe there's a few people in this room that do remember. I was actually able to pull the RUDAT study offline. You can just Google it and see it. It's really cool, actually, and it was fun to read a lot of this. It was actually gratifying to me to see how much of the items and the concepts in that study, which, by the way, stands for Rural and Urban Design Team, if you didn't know what RUDAT meant, was actually been accomplished over all these years. You know, the Kingman CART program is one. The Powerhouse is definitely one. The train depot, not to mention, of course, Beale Street Theater. All of this has been accomplished by the city, by private business, thank you, business owners in all of Kingman, and also nonprofits. But when I was looking at this, 2 bullet points caught my eye, and it was encourage development that enhances downtown as a unique pedestrian-oriented employment center, and establish a downtown retail core with a strong pedestrian orientation. And that's really all I wanted to talk about tonight, is to just remind you all about this study that was done all those years ago, to emphasize how long we've been working on all of this. Thank you. Thank you for all your efforts, and I encourage you to please vote yes tonight.
Thank you, Lori. Crystal Foss or Fass? Foss? And I apologize once again for making the mistakes on the names.
Oh, that's fine. No worries. It happens all the time. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Crystal Foss, and my husband and I own the Cellar Door Wine Bar. We're all here proudly wearing our Believe in Beale Street shirts, because we are the believers, the business owners, the doers, and we believe our downtown is a symbol of optimism, and we believe our downtown is worth investing in. And currently downtown has over 150 businesses, and it includes restaurants, bars, retail, churches, repair shops, doctor's office, law firms, salons, barbershops, photographers. The list goes on. We all want to be downtown, you know? And so these businesses who choose to invest and operate in the heart of Kingman, we are the voices for them. This is not a plea for trees and flowers. Downtown needs repair. And our sidewalks are uneven and hazardous to pedestrians. The concrete curb gutters are eroding. We have no drainage. There is not the appropriate access for the people with disabilities. There is nowhere for people to park their bikes, and the lighting is very poor. These things that benefit everyone that lives here today and will live here in the future. We are standing before you and our community, asking for you to support us, to hear us, and to believe in downtown. Thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you. Christina Mickelson.
That applause is loud from right there. So my name is Christina Mickelson, and I am Executive Director of Kingman Center for the Arts. We have 3 businesses downtown: the Kingman Center for the Arts Gallery, the Beale Street Theater, and also Beale Street Studios. And so I'm just here to show support for the project. It's of vital interest to our organization that this happen. As has been said already, we do have issues with accessibility that this would address, which would be very important to us. But we also see a momentum down there to develop Beale Street into something that the city can be proud of. And it's primarily small businesses. Small businesses bring money to the city, and the money stays in the city. unlike some of the corporate businesses that it gets shipped out. So it's vitally important, we feel, to support this project, and we appreciate your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Donna Pedersen? Donna?
Good evening. My name is Donna Peterson. I've lived in Kingman for 50 years. And my husband and I vote in every election. I don't think we've ever missed an election because it's important to us to support those things that have a vision of what we want for our city, our state, our county, our nation. And this is a vision for our city, the city of Kingman, for all of Kingman. And we would appreciate your yes vote for this vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Lenore Knudsen?
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'm here to appeal to you as a business person. My name is Lenore Knudsen. I do own a couple businesses here in Kingman. They're being developed right now. I had a visit from Councilman Ward a couple weeks ago and really appreciated that. We took a 30-year-old, a 100-year-old vacant for 30-year building, and we're investing in it. I'm an investor in downtown. I've raised my children here. This is home for me, and I'm taking my life savings and I'm investing it in downtown. Why would I do that? Because I believe in it, first of all. Second of all, because I consider it an investment, as you should. All of you, I see many business people on this council, and I ask you all to think of this as a business investment. You're investing in infrastructure. Again, why would you do that? Because it benefits all of Kingman, not just downtown. This is not about separate Kingmans. This is one community that will benefit. This is the long game. This is how you have an influx of income and money to continue to repair streets, to continue to make infrastructure improvements. But looking at this in the short term is not what the people want. And you are all here to represent the people. I would ask you all to vote yes, use your business judgment, and make an investment in Kingman, just as we are. I thank you for your time, and thank you for your vote.
Thank you, Lenore. Sarah Ferry?
Hello again. I'm Sarah Ferry, and this is my partner, Andrea Macadao, and she is, together, we are part owners of West of 3rd, a small little sustainable boutique downtown, as well as one more of our partners, Alex, who couldn't make it today, but she is definitely here in spirit. I just am here to again, represent the business community. I heard from a lot of businesses tonight that weren't able to be here because they're running their businesses, but we have overwhelming support from the businesses for this project, and I just ask that, you all come downtown on one First Friday or any Friday or Saturday evening and see the community support for this happening. I mean, it is bustling, and one of the things that I'm really proud of is that all of us businesses are really coming together. So we'll continue to do our part and pull our weight and do everything that we can privately to invest in our community. And from a nonprofit perspective, also working together with lots of other community groups. And it's really amazing to see the partnerships that we're building. So if you guys can invest in this, we promise to continue to meet you halfway. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Paul Gaines?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Paul Gaines, and I'm for this project. And I'm going to tell you a brief story about where I moved from. Moved from a place called Marietta, Georgia, on the north edge perimeter of Atlanta, Georgia. Grew up there, and we have a little sister city there called Smyrna, Georgia, about 5 miles away. Smyrna, Georgia was known when I was growing up as being an armpit of the whole area, and that's putting it very nicely. No one wanted to invest there, live there, spend money there until a visionary council and mayor came along and decided they were tired of that definition. So they publicly made it known that we own this problem and we're going to fix it. And fix it they did through some creative financing. They completely transformed Smyrna, Georgia. And now Smyrna, Georgia is one of the places to live, have a business, and spend money and visit. The transformation has been phenomenal. I'm bringing that up because our little project here is very similar to that. Not quite the same scale, but making this change will certainly bring more people in. And national level Main Street organizations have proven that municipalities that make these kind of infrastructure improvements can see about a 20% average at least in revenue for sales revenue, which translates to additional taxes. And we all know that's how the city functions, is additional tax money. So it's an investment, not just to make things look better, which it will do, I'll be very happy with, but this is a financial long-term investment. We try to pull people off of Route 66 that come here and spend more money. We're competing with other cities. People that come here have a budget of time and money, and they're going to make a decision of where they're going to stop and drop that time and money, and we need to make our city a little bit more palatable for that kind of reason. The last thing I want to say is we're all here right now living in this moment. These moments are kind of rare where this much community comes together and where the council gets the opportunity to vote on something so special. So just realize that, and I'd like to thank you very much, and forward, of course.
Thank you, Paul. Steve LeSueur? Did I say that right, Steve?
LeSueur. Close.
LeSueur?
Yeah, closer than most people say. So, okay, and I have notes, and mine was planned out for 3 minutes, so I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but I will try. Thank you for having me. I'm Steve LeSueur. I'm a resident here in Kingman. I have been for 9 years. I'm a business owner. I'm an investor. I've had businesses downtown. I've invested in businesses downtown. I originally was going to talk about other communities that did similar stuff and talk about the statistics of the ROI, every dollar in, every dollar out. But instead, I don't usually talk in public, so whew, it's hot. But I wanted to talk more about quality of life, because I think that that's what we all are shooting for. And I think that the one thing, the quality of life is something that's very important to everybody. It encompasses a variety of factors such as safety, health, affordability. The proposed downtown revitalization project addresses all of these factors. By investing in our downtown, we'll make it a safer place to work, live, raise a family. We will also improve access to healthcare and other essential services. By making our downtown more attractive and vibrant, we will attract new businesses and residents, which will boost our local economy. This project will bring a bottom line increase to sales tax revenue, the same monies that currently operate and afford the ability to have the public use safety, utilities, infrastructure, city management, and road maintenance. Sorry, I'm trying to skip parts. Having a well-funded city through sales tax and private sector investments allows for low to no property tax, which is most commonly decreases the affordability of living in an area. The least affordable cities in America have the highest property taxes. More sales tax, better funding for the first two pillars of safety and health, well-funded municipal infrastructure equals low to no property tax, giving us a better affordability index, which most of the country wishes they had. I believe that this proposal downtown revitalization project is a wise investment, and that'll improve the quality of life for all of us that live in Kingman, and I urge you to approve it.
Thank you, Steve. Friar Ben Rodenbeck.
Good evening. I'm Father Ben Rodenbeck from Trinity Episcopal Church, which is right across the street. Trinity has been in the same location for 103 years. The vitality of Trinity and arguably all the other churches in the downtown area are intimately related to the vitality of downtown Kingman. The more people who come downtown, the more likely people are to walk by our churches. The more people who walk by our churches, the more likely it is that someone says, I wonder what they're doing in there. Conversely, the more people who come to the downtown churches is the more people we have downtown on Sunday morning, which is great for businesses that are open on Sunday morning, but also the more people who go to buy these businesses, the more likely it is that they say, I wonder what they're doing in there. It would be against our best interests if Trinity was not in favor of the downtown infrastructure improvement. Besides the places of worship, we have a unique downtown area that should, by all rights, be attracting people to the Old West feel of Kingman, Arizona. We have a history with the railroad. There are tunnels underneath downtown Kingman. We have gorgeous deserts that surround our downtown area with multiple hiking trails within easy reach of the downtown area. There is so much that we can do to attract visitors and tourists, but the only way to begin to do that is through this improvement plan that we have. Trinity Episcopal Church and I support this improvement plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Travin Pennington.
Thank you. My name's Travin. I'm a resident here in Kingman. I support this project for no other reason than I love Kingman and I want beautiful things for Kingman. And I go to other places and I see those ideas, and it's maybe our opportunity to deliver that to Kingman. So if you're on the fence with this, sometimes you just make decisions because you love something. So thank you.
Thank you, Travin. Thanks to all of you for your comments and your energy and your desire and your passion in sharing your comments with the council and, of course, with everybody, because this all can be seen on YouTube, so we appreciate that. Council, any discussion or questions about this? Yes, Councilor Savage.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to tell a little story because I can totally relate with this. I run a fraternal organization, nonprofit. I took over the CFO and operations in November of 2020, right smack dab in the middle of COVID. Health department was up everybody's butt, and it was just a terrible way to do business and hard to do business. First thing I did was improve the cosmetics of the lodge. It made it more attractive. More people came. Then I started adding more entertainment. So in a nutshell, we have well over doubled our membership to over 1,000 members. My calendar is completely full every single day. And by seeing the people here today and knowing what our tourism department does and what the business owners are going to do, I see you guys getting your calendar full every day. So go for it.
Thank you, Councilor. Vice Mayor?
Hi, welcome everyone. I am so happy to see our community come together. I read all of your emails in support of, and not so much so, but I did read them all, and I took them to heart in this decision. I have been for this project since the beginning. I continue to be for this project, but for many reasons. I don't want this project to be shelved and be a RUDAT study. I was here when that RUDAT study was done, and nothing came of it. A lot of money was spent, and nothing came of it. So I don't feel like this is the project to shelve. I made some notes. I looked at small communities all over our country, and I'm sure that you all have done your research as well, because you see how important this is to our community. So the importance of a vibrant downtown represents the heart and soul of a community. A healthy downtown increases property values, it expands our tax base, and as it was mentioned, we thrive and survive on city sales tax. It's a sense of place of pride for our community. How nice would it be? Can I have a show of hands? How many people did not grow up here and came here from somewhere else? All right. This is great news, right? Because you all have family that come to visit you. And won't you be so proud to take them downtown and show off what Kingman has done? So for those council members that may be on the fence, I just want you to imagine with me for 1 second, a Friday night or a Saturday night. The theater is open, downtown is open, We have close to 200, maybe closer to 300 attendees going to a play or a comedy show or what have you. And 280, thank you, Miss Daly. So they're gonna need a place to eat, they're gonna need a place to drink, and they're gonna need places to go visit, stroll around. I purposely planned my Mother's Day this year downtown because I wanted to experience downtown on the weekend. So we started at the Liquid Bistro, we headed up to the Grand Canyon Brewery, we walked the entire downtown. Although I would have liked to seen more businesses open, I do understand, and this goes to Sarah's comment, you gotta meet us halfway. You guys gotta open your businesses if you want the people to come in and partake. So, but it was amazing. And I can't tell you how many times I am downtown and I talk to people that are not here, from here. They come here. They want to come here. And they want to experience downtown because we want it to be an experience. So I will also say that we have listened. We know our roads are in trouble and we can do two things at one time. I know that's a different concept for Kingman at times, but we can do two things at one time. We can improve our roads, and council has shown you that we listened, and we are working on the plan, and we've approved a plan that will allow for us to do that, both residential and the major roads. So we've listened to the public. Safety. I was out a couple weeks ago with some friends for dinner, and I had one of the people in my party trip on a sidewalk. And I know that many business owners have seen the same scenario. We have a safety issue down here, and we need to get it fixed. So it is very important to address that. So I wanted to get through all my bullet points, and I did. I support this project. I still support this project, and I hope that the rest of the council joins me with voting yes on this project.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilors? Any other comments?
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Ward.
When I look at this project, we're looking at $7.1 million. We're looking at $7.1 million in a 5-block area. That is roughly half of what we've spent in the last 10 years on all of the streets in Kingman, and roughly a third of what we've spent in the last 22 years. And I can't justify it. I love the downtown, I like Kingman, but this is, until the infrastructure is in place, I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ward. Anybody else?
Mayor Watkins, if I may.
Yes, Councilor Pat.
I agree with Councilmember Ward, and ultimately, I'm not going to belabor the point. I know many of you are here to support this project, and I respect your opinions, and I hear what you've said. I've read all your emails, and I appreciate many of your viewpoints. But the thing about a democracy is that people are able to disagree and have different viewpoints. Maybe I'm one of those types that is always the black sheep or always sticks up for what's in the minority, and that's typically where I usually find myself when it comes to issues of popular appeal. I agree with Councilmember Ward, who probably articulated the matters a little bit better than I'm going to do tonight. Ultimately, given its current price point, this project isn't worth it to me. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. So I'm going to be voting no, and I encourage my fellow council members to vote no on this. I think that this project could get accomplished one day. I think that there's an order of operation. There are priorities that need to be made, and sometimes concessions that need to be had as well. And I'm hoping that we can make those concessions today for a stronger, more vibrant community in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pat. Councilor Staley.
Thank you. Most of you, well, some of you know me and know that I usually just wing it, but I actually have written notes tonight, so please, I apologize for reading this, but I didn't want to miss anything because this is so important to me. Some of you will remember that when I ran for office my first term to be elected in 2016, I had a specific platform, a handful of things that I believed would make the greatest impact overall on our community. It would support our economy, it would bring in more tourists, more jobs, community pride. There were just a handful of things. They were the interchanges, they were the airport and the industrial park, and downtown revitalization. So most of the people in this room are my people. And a lot of you supported me in that election because of it, because I was for downtown revitalization. A lot of you have been encouraging me over the years to stick with it, to not give up on downtown. Just keep going, just keep fighting. And this is the closest that we have ever been. From that RUDAT study, this is the closest that we have ever been to finally having downtown revitalization. And the community overwhelmingly supports it. This project is an investment in our city's future. It's a promise that the city made to our citizens years ago, and we are finally so close to seeing the significant revitalization of our historic downtown. This would not be possible without the support of all of you, and I am so proud of how this community came together, organized, got shirts, did rallies, right? You guys brought our community together. And after COVID, after what's happened in the world, we've been so divided and pulled apart. And now I'm seeing people coming together, hanging out at the wine bar to talk about how great downtown is. We just did that last Thursday night for the rally. It is so heartwarming. That is what Kingman is all about. I want to thank every single one of you that showed up, the people who have emailed me, who have called, who have been attending these events. I really want to thank the Kingman Main Street, who started organizing from day one, Mojave Community College, the Downtown Small Business Owners, the Kingman Chamber of Commerce, the Electric Car Association, the Kingman Golden Valley Association of Realtors, and the Kingman Center for the Arts. They all wrote letters in support for this project. I believe that this project will get approved tonight. Soon we will have an attractive, clean, vibrant downtown with accessibility for all, safer streets, a gathering place for our community and visitors, a place that we can all be proud of. We deserve that. Kingman deserves to have something to be proud of. We've always been told we can't have these nice things. It's Kingman, but no more. That is about to change. So with that, I want to thank you all for coming here tonight. Again, thank you. And thank you for believing in Bill Street.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Walker.
Yeah, I'd like to just say a few things. I am pro-growth, I'm pro-tourism, but originally this project was hard for me to swallow. The price for what I feel we're getting, the parking, I had parking questions, but overall, after looking at this project, I'm behind it, and I just hope that all the business owners downtown will step up and be open, because we need you guys to help us make this work. I mean, if we're going to build it, you got to be here and be open for them to come. Because I come downtown sometimes, and there's a lot of businesses open, and it's great. It's great to see what's happening down here right now. But you still have a few that aren't open on Sunday or Monday, and you go downtown Williams, you don't see anybody shut down on Sunday or Monday, and that town is booming, and that's what this could be. So I'm ready to get this vote going.
Thank you, Councilor. I would like to echo what our Vice Mayor and what Councilor Saley has said, and those who are in support of this project. My wife and I, one of my kids, my son-in-law, finished his graduate work at KU in Lawrence, Kansas. Of course, Lawrence, Kansas has a rich history. It's an older Midwest town. And they have done on their street, it's called Massachusetts Street, what we want to do here on Beale. And they have put bump outs on the corners. They've made it safer. They put mid-block bump outs with crosswalks. It makes it safer to cross the street. They've slowed the traffic down. There's lots of parking. And I know when we would talk to our kids and they would say, like, make a comment, oh, well, we're going down to Mass tonight, down to Old Mass tonight, down on the Massachusetts Street. It has revitalized that town, Lawrence, Kansas, and it's a neat town to go visit. And oftentimes when my wife and I would go visit them, we would oftentimes go down onto Massachusetts Street, because that's where all these vibrant businesses and restaurants and neat little stores were at, and shop and spend time. So I appreciate that. I appreciate what Lenore and what Lori said. And, you know, if you look at this picture that Lori brought up, and if you can find that, it shows, if you look closely, you can see the bump outs and how this is going to change Kingman. It's going to make Beale Street a beautiful street. I appreciate all the businesses that have opened up on Beale Street and putting that faith forward in our town, in Kingman. And I like what Lenore said, and actually I had a letter that I'd highlighted that I received today, as many of us have received emails in support and some against this project. But this is from Alex Kiger. I think I'm saying it right. I don't know. Anyway, she echoed what Lenore said here in person. I think it is very important to us as a community to think about this project as more of an investment, not an expense. So I think that says it all. This is an investment in Kingman. And so I appreciate, once again, all the comments and support that have been here for this project tonight. Council, any other comments or questions before we vote? Okay. We would like to have a motion then approving item 6A, Downtown Infrastructure Improvement Construction Contract.
I would like to make the motion to approve the Downtown Infrastructure Improvement Construction Contract.
I will happily second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Tanya, we would like to have a roll call vote on this issue.
Mayor Watkins,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Samley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pat,
Nay.
Councilmember Savage,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott Staley,
Yes.
Councilmember Walker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ward.
Nay.
I think from the results, we see that it's 5-2.
Yep.
Motion carries. Once again, thanks all of you being here tonight. I think we would like to take about a 5-minute recess, and if you would like, dismiss all of you that are here, because you probably would like to, anyway, you're excused if you would like to. You're more, thanks again. There he is. Okay. Let's call this meeting back to order, please. Thank you. Moving on with our agenda, item 6B, public hearing / resolution number 5455, authorizing submission of an application for the Arizona Department of Housing Community Development Block Grant State Special Project Funds. The City of Kingman is eligible for and intends to apply to the Arizona Department of Housing, ADOH, for Community Development Block State Special Project Funds in the amount of $500,000 for the purpose of improving the Jerry Ambrose Veterans Transitional Housing located at 315 North Oak Street. Staff recommends approval. Is Manager Foggin still with us? Nope. Yes? Who do we have from staff? Tina, are you going to?
I am.
Did you want to
No, go
introduce
ahead.
this one, Ron? Item 6B?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do that. I apologize. I'm on a hotspot, and so I'm not going to use video because it gets sketchy. So hopefully you can hear me okay, and you'll forgive me for not being part of the video. We in the city try to do CDBG as often as we possibly can. And as part of the CDBG process, usually what is required, and not usually, what is required is shovel-ready projects. And as you all are aware, or most of you are aware, we have been doing CDBG projects on our handicap accessible sidewalks. And we are currently doing a project or working through a project right now to do exactly that. And so when this next round of funding came around, we were not ready with a shovel-ready project. And we knew that the Jerry Ambrose group had received CDBG funding, but were falling short. And so with that, I'll let Tina kind of fill in the details on what we know and how we can help. So, Miss Tina.
Welcome,
Thank you, Mr.
Tina.
Foggin. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. So about a year ago, the Jerry Ambrose Veterans Council and one of the WACOG consultants, Denise Bishop, had approached the city requesting $2 million in funds, asking us to apply for CDBG funds to move forward with their transitional housing project for the homeless veterans. And we simply acted as a pass-through agency. The council approved of that. We were awarded those monies, and great improvements have been made at that facility. However, they too were not immune to any of those construction cost increases, and they were not able to complete the entire rehabilitation. And so there's still a section of the building that is needing to be completed. It's the women's facilities. And so they approached us just recently. They need another $500,000. This project is eligible to apply for the CDBG monies, the state special project grant monies. And they have asked us again to act as that pass-through agency, and asking council to approve of us submitting an application for those monies and then acting as that pass-through agency. So resolution number 5455 authorizes us to submit an application for that and authorizes the mayor to sign all of the grant-related documentations. And Pat Farrell is in the audience this evening if you have any questions on the project specifically for him.
Council, any questions for Tina? Okay, hearing none, I would like to open a public hearing on discussion on this resolution. And Pat, if you'd like to maybe take some time since it's a public hearing?
I would, but I would rather my wife tell you what's going on with this program.
That's fine.
Because she's running it. Like this, if it runs me.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I would like to tell you that as of today, we have housed over 45 veterans. And before we hit June, when we hit June 1st, we will have 3 more to add to that list. You'll have to forgive me if I get a little emotional. I have been working along with our staff for for the people who have served and offered up their lives for each of us to do the things that we do today. And to have veterans coming up to you and saying, this program saved my life. And they are just so proud now. They have hope. They are getting into tiny homes and they're going into apartments, and they finally have the opportunity to feel like they're part of a community again, instead of just somebody that people kind of turn their heads from. Our veterans, a lot of them come back. They want to give back to those that have given and encourage others in our programs. We have a licensed independent substance abuse counselor on our staff that we work with the veterans right there. We run groups daily. Every veteran that comes in must go through budgeting, and all of us know how that can be, budgeting our own funds even. But they're learning to live within their means. They're getting funding that they deserve. Our Vietnam veterans and Agent Orange, they're now getting some of those benefits in. They're getting their health issues addressed. One of the people who volunteers for us spent 26 years homeless on the street. And he says, I have something that I own for the first time in my life. Per capita, we have more veterans than a lot of other places around. They find our weather great. We're not too hot, we're not too cold. Our Vietnam veterans don't like the heat, as do some of our current day Afghanistan and Iraqi veterans. To see the bond between the Iraqi veterans, Afghanistan veterans, and our Vietnam veterans, and how they pull together and encourage each other and are getting jobs. They're going to start paying taxes. Our younger veterans are overcoming the physical and emotional issues and any possible substance abuse issues that they have. And they're proud of Kingman. They're proud that we care enough about them that we're willing to give them the hope and the chance to take and become productive people in society. And I would ask that you would fund the rest of the project. COVID hit us like it's hit everybody else. And I thank you for your time.
I do have a question for you.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't go yet. With additional funding, if you get it, what is your projected finish date for the Arnold Plaza project?
I'm going to refer to my other half on that one because he talks to Denise a little bit more than I do.
Okay. Pat, we're putting you on the spot again.
It's going to be about 3 months.
About 3 months?
Before we can get that done. Everything, all the prep work is done. It's just go in and finish, okay? The reason it's the female, we're one of the few organizations that will take female veterans, okay? This is not a flop house. You'll find that when you go in there, there's only 3 restroom facilities in the whole building. The object is to get them in, get them fixed, get them out, get them moving, okay? And so far, we've assisted over 4,000 veterans in the last 11 years. So, and this is 50. We've got formerly homeless veterans in housing in the last 2 years. It's incredible. Okay, we do that with the help of the city. Okay, well, this project was recommended by the governor, by the way. So, thank you.
Well,
Any questions?
as you mentioned too, this is transitional housing.
Yes, it is.
And I know the resource teams that are assembled to help. And what's interesting about that is the fact that these veterans, it's not a free ride. They have to do their part to be able to qualify to get this help. In other words, they have to accept some of the challenges and responsibility. And that's what I like about this program and what you're doing.
Yeah, and
Some days I'm the listening ear and some days I'm the principal, kind of, so to speak.
we work with over 50 different organizations, resources, agencies, okay? We work with everybody. We believe there's no wrong door. And the number one problem here for veterans in this area is the suicide rate, okay? And we're going to be having regular weekly meetings over there for veterans to just talk this out, so.
Okay.
Any questions?
Any other comments or questions from council?
We appreciate.
Yes, Councilor Staley.
We appreciate the consideration. Oh,
I'll let you
Sorry,
sit
I
down
don't
then.
have a question. I don't think we could thank you enough for the work that you do. Your story was really touching. And so just thank you times a million.
Thank you so much. It does take a village. I know that sounds like a cliche, but we can't do it without other organizations. We can't do it without you. And I'm married to a veteran. I have several veterans in my family. And I just love the fact that we are in a country where we can do the things that we do and go and say the things that we say and all that, and we have those rights. And when you thank them, you hear them say, "It was my pleasure." Even our Vietnam vets that didn't receive the welcome home that they should have. They would go tomorrow if they would let them. So thank you again.
One quick question.
Okay.
Volunteers, is there volunteering opportunities?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have volunteers currently working with us. As you know, transportation in our area is an issue. We transport veterans to Prescott, Phoenix, Las Vegas, to the Seabach here in town, which is the clinic, sorry, to Food Bank, to Walmart once a week, because they don't have the transportation otherwise. And even walking to the CART bus for some of them is just too much for them. We have some that are in wheelchairs. We have our van that allows us to take 2 wheelchair veterans at a time and other veterans with us. And we have volunteer drivers there. They do go through all the rigorous training of how to deal with people with disabilities, getting on and off. And yes, there's that volunteer. We have volunteers that come in and help with filing, because when you deal with the government, you deal with a lot of paperwork in a paperless society. But so yes, there's all kinds. We have a volunteer who helps deliver food, who will show them how to grow things. I mean, there's volunteers that help repair cars. If we have a car donated and we have a veteran that's going to work, especially out at the airport, they need transportation because CART only takes you so far, and if you're on a different shift, you can't get there, get back without walking all those miles. So yeah, our volunteer drivers and so forth will come in and help.
Thanks
Anybody wants
again
to
for all you
volunteer,
do,
we can
both
always
you and your
use you.
husband. We appreciate that.
Oh, well, thank you.
And pushing, protecting and helping take care of our veterans.
It's just our pleasure.
Okay.
We can't tell you.
Thank you.
and it doesn't cost the city a penny.
Thanks, Pat. This is a public hearing, of course. Is there any other comments or questions of anybody here in chambers that would like to make a comment? Okay. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing. Council, any other questions or comments? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, can we have a motion to accept resolution number 5455?
So moved. Oh, sorry.
We have a motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Item 6C, amended resolution number 5456, authorization to submit the fiscal year 2023 Arizona Commerce Authority Economic Strength Project Grant application. On April 13th, 2023, the Arizona Commerce Authority issued a notice of funding opportunity for their fiscal year 2023 round of the Economic Strengths Project grant. The city intends to apply for approximately $500,000 of the $1.3 million available funds to procure a contractor to complete the repaving project of Transport Drive and Government Way at the Kingman Industrial Park. The City of Kingman intends to partner with Mojave County for the submission of this grant application. Mojave County will provide a 10% match not to exceed $50,000 upon the Board of Supervisors approval at their May 15th, 2023 meeting. Staff recommends approval. Manager Foggin, or who are we?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to delegate this one to, item 6C?
Well, I would just say, I don't know who's in the audience, but to represent this, I believe that Bennett has been working with his team, Bennett Bratley, and also with the airport manager, Doug Breckenridge. What I would say to this is we actually have received this grant in the past, and we're able successfully to do a road in the industrial park. Part of this process actually allows us to bring the road up to county specs. And then once we're able to do that, the county then has taken over responsibility for maintenance of these roads once they get up to their specs. And so the roads that have been pretty atrocious on some of the side streets out at the industrial park are now falling into the county road maintenance program and will be cared for by the county moving forward, which is a big plus for the industrial park and of course all of the tenants that are out there. So this is, as is mentioned in the description, is our effort to do partnership with the county. We appreciate their willingness to be part of this. Had great discussion with Sam Elders, the county manager, and the economic development team from the county, as well as Supervisor Lingenfelder. And they've been willing to be support and put up some money towards the match, which was really important and very helpful for us as well. So is Bennett there?
Yes, Bennett is here. And so let's invite Bennett up.
Thank you, Ron, and good evening, Mayor and council members, Vice Mayor. Ron, you really did hit on a lot of that. I did hear at the County Board of Supervisor meeting yesterday that they did approve that, and they voted to fund that 10% match. So we were happy to see that. We will bring back that agreement to you at a follow-up meeting, assuming you approve this. If successful, the City of Kingman will use these funds to competitively procure a contractor licensed and qualified in Arizona, and to complete the reconstruction of approximately 0.7 miles, total miles of rural public roadway in the Kingman Industrial Park. Reconstruction will occur on Government Road, approximately 0.35 miles, and Transport Road, approximately 0.35 miles. As Ron mentioned, the roads are atrocious. They're a complete failure. They were constructed over 30 years ago, and to the point that they're not part of the county maintenance system. So in order to make them part of it, they have to be built up to those standards, and then we go through the process of submitting that and then being approved. So there's no long-term cost to the city. The type of businesses located around this project, this grant is all tied to jobs. So, you know, the more jobs that we can show either saved or created by this infrastructure improvement, the better we will look in that application. There are over 130 employees around these two roads. And right now, we've got letters of support from 6 businesses that have indicated over 30 potential jobs that will be created as these roads are constructed in the future. So with that, if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Council, any questions? Yes, Councilor Savage.
I'm not sure if this is for you, Bennett, or Manager Foggin. It says the available funds, 1.3 million.
Yeah, so the total grant that they have is for 1.3
Right.
million, but
How-
the max you can ask for of that amount is 500,000.
How many people or cities can apply for this?
Through any rural communities throughout Arizona can apply for this grant.
And we're going to try to get almost half of that. Do you think we'll do it?
We're going to try.
Okay.
So I believe that we've gotten it before.
Okay.
So we're going to put our best foot forward. We have the largest industrial park outside of Maricopa County in a rural community, and there is job creation tied to this. And so the more we can show the value of that, we feel like we'll be in a good position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Bennett. Thank you, Mr. Foggin. We would like to have a motion then on item 6C, amended resolution number 5456 for approval.
I'll make a motion to accept resolution 5456.
Okay, do we have a second? And we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 7, Department reports. Item 7A, Water Resource Policy. Mr. Owen, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. A few weeks ago, Tina was presenting on the water rate study, and the question came up about industrial water users or large water users and how we evaluate those, who we can serve and who we cannot serve, and who we might need additional mitigation efforts from to be able to serve them. So this is a project we've been working on for a little while. To come up with this cost-benefit analysis as a way to make a decision on water service to larger users. And again, as Carl would say, it would not be arbitrary and capricious. So tonight, hope to give you a little bit more details on this than we had time for in that discussion. We've got our consultants from Westwater Research, Jessica and Audrey on the Zoom call to kind of take you through kind of a presentation on the project, and then we'll play around with the actual model that we're developing to use to make those decisions. So with that, I would turn it over to Jessica and Audrey.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Thank you also, Mr. Owen, for the introduction. I'm Jessica Fox. I'm Regional Director with Westwater Research. Westwater is a water resource economics consulting group, and we specialize in water rights, water transactions, understanding and tracking water markets, and water supply and demand trends, really across all the Western United States. We are I guess one of our services that's most particularly relevant to this project is that we specialize in developing economic analysis tools that can contribute to economic planning as well as policy development. So along with our senior associate, Audrey Arneo, whom you'll hear from shortly, she's also on the call, I'm really pleased to have the opportunity tonight, this evening, to provide you with an overview of a project that we've been working on along with city staff. And this project has focused on developing an industrial water cost-benefit model and also understanding other water supply opportunities in the Kingman region. So with that, our next slide just gives a bit of the background on the project. The basis of this project was the understanding that the city of Kingman is always looking to optimize its currently available water resources, as well as the wastewater treatment capacity to promote economic development, but while also continuing to reliably serve existing residents. Kingman's periodically approached by businesses or is made aware of business opportunities that are looking to locate some industrial facilities potentially within the city's water service area. Some of those facilities, however, have really large, relatively large water resource demands or require significant wastewater treatment capacity. And so while those industrial developments are recognized as providing great substantial economic development benefits to the community, the city also wanted to develop a way to analyze those potential developments and evaluate what it would look like to commit water resources or wastewater capacity to those developments and weigh the potential benefits against the water resource demands. So with that in mind, we scoped a 3-phase project. Next slide, please. This project, as I described, had 3 main phases. The first was to develop an industrial water cost benefit index. And we're going to walk you through that today so you have a better understanding of that model and what it provides. The second task was to identify water resource mitigation options. So by mitigation, we mean what other options are available that the city could potentially acquire or water resources that could be developed in order to mitigate the impact of some of those large water users having water resources be committed to those developments. And then thirdly, we also produced a memo where we worked with the city to identify some water resource funding opportunities that could be available if any of those mitigation options were pursued. So again, the 3 deliverables for this project then were firstly, the modeling tool that's in an Excel format and can be used by the city itself to evaluate new proposed industrial developments going forward and generate an assessment of the economic value of the water that would be contributed to those developments. And then we also provided 2 memorandums that summarized the potentially available water resource mitigation options and funding opportunities to consider to utilize to acquire those supplies. So with that, I'll hand it over to our senior associate, Audrey.
Okay, thanks, Jessica. We developed a model for the city that is a tool that provides a way to quickly evaluate the economic benefits of proposed industrial developments relative to the water resource and wastewater capacity requirements of those developments. The model includes a variety of information and data points specific to the city of Kingman. So it's very tailored to the city and its unique circumstances. And the model is able to accommodate up to 10 projects. And the model is designed to evaluate these various projects kind of side by side. And depending on the proposal and how much water is going to be used, the wastewater capacity, water capacity requirements, the number of employees that the project expects to bring in, and various other inputs, the model then creates an economic value of water associated with each project and provides a way for the city to compare the projects in consistent terms. So the model is set up to consider Kingman's revenues and expenses. And this is all based on information and estimates about Kingman's population and contribution of the population to costs and revenues, the distribution of expenditures across Kingman's various municipal services, employment levels and demographics, current water and wastewater rates, industrial development fees and capacity fees, and tax rates, specifically relating to sales tax. This slide shows an image of the model dashboard. The user interface is where a user of the model, and including anyone at the city, could customize to kind of model a project proposal. So it defaults to standard values, which are based on either an average value taken from the current project proposals that the city has received, or in the case of that would apply to the water demand, wastewater flows, land area, building size, number of employees. The standard values are all based on an average of the industrial projects. And the with the user interface, the economic value of water can be calculated. I guess I should also mention, the standard values are meant to accommodate inputs for which Kingman does not have a specific value. So some proposals come in and don't specify some of these criteria. So in that case, a default standard value can be applied. Otherwise, if a proposal does have a number that they're using when they estimate the number of employees or their water demand, then the user can select custom from this drop-down menu and then input a custom value. The unit associated with the custom value can also be changed depending on the unit that the proposal uses. So then the model applies the revenues that are generated from the project based on tax revenue. So the number of employees that are brought to the city from the project generates sales tax revenue for the city. Also, water, wastewater charges, and water capacity fees are generated by the project. And depending on the water demand of that project, those revenues will maybe higher or lower. On the expense side, we look at the various categories of expenditures incurred by the city of Kingman to accommodate a new industrial project. So then the economic value of water is calculated by taking the net revenue, so the total revenue minus the total expenses, dividing it across the net water demand of the project to arrive at an economic value of water in dollars per acre foot. We can go to the next slide. So the model provides the ability to rank and compare across various industrial development proposals, and the model includes a comparison table like the one shown here that summarizes the proposals that have been input into the model. So this is showing we input 3 project proposals, and this table shows it kind of just pulls in from the different tabs of the model the summary of expenses and revenues, and then the final estimate of the economic value of water. And you can see the here in this case, project B is the highest value project. So relative to its water demand, its expenses are relatively low and its revenue is relatively high. So that sums up the model. And the project we also looked at various mitigation options for Kingman to obtain additional water resources to improve the long-term reliability of the city's water supply portfolio, as well as to offset impacts of new development and support growth. So this was another aspect of the work that we completed. And we evaluated each option based on potential availability of the water supply, the cost, the development timeline, feasibility, and any regulatory or legal hurdles. And this is one aspect of the project that we'll be looking into further and considering within the context of the city's growth and development goals to determine the most appropriate supplies or measures to meet current and future demands. So the model is where we've recently completed some updates to the model using the latest financial report, as well as the latest water and wastewater rates and capacity fees, and other updated information that we obtained from the city and the financial department. We're also currently working on adding into the model the latest industrial development project proposals. So there will be even more project proposals input into the model soon. And let's see. So the water supply alternatives that we evaluated that are available to the city, they do range in volume of available supply, cost, timeline, feasibility, and regulatory considerations. So the model and the information developed through this project can be utilized by the city to develop a water resource allocation policy that can help the city achieve its long-term water supply goals while supporting new development.
And just thank you, Audrey. If I can, I just wanted to add one more thing, which is that, well, it's certainly been our pleasure to work with city staff on this project. I also wanted to commend Rob and Tina and others who've been involved in this project for approaching this policy question of how the city can evaluate new high water users by using a standardized model to inform the policy decision. Because I think that while this effort is ongoing and we're continuing to have this conversation, I know that the city of Kingman is at the forefront by having this model and having this tool to back up its policy development. This is a challenge facing many municipalities around Arizona, and others have policies developed, but I don't think they're based on such a strong grounding. So it's been a great opportunity for us to work with the city, and I think it really well positions you to move this effort forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can try to answer any questions you might have.
Council? Yes, Councilor Sagan.
Thank you for moving this along. I really appreciate it. My current concerns are still whether or not we are going to have the power to deny water service to a high water user, especially in the areas that the land that's already privately owned. And if we have an existing business already there and they become a high water user, will we be able to revoke water service?
Well, thank you. So again, this model is the tool, right? But what really matters is the policy. How do we use this tool? And those are things that, so right now the model's being updated with the most current information. I guess one other note is that this project was undertaken in anticipation of the land release at the airport. So the model right now defaults to developments outside the city limits. So that's another that's some more work that we have to do on the model to be able to toggle that back and forth between, because again, those inputs are going to be different based upon some revenues are different depending on whether it's inside or outside the city limits. But no, I think that's the crux of it. When do we apply the model? So there's going to be some trigger, whether that's just estimated water use or whether it's meter size or cumulative meter size on a property. I think there's a lot of that we still have to work through on the policy side. But I think the deeper you get through this kind of developing the tool, the more those questions come to mind. Okay, this is a great tool, but how do we apply it, and how do we make sure that it's meeting the intent? And how do we get to a point where we're just we feel we've got a strong enough position where we just say no, we can't serve you, or is it more of the impact on the system and on our resources so great that you're going to have to bring a supply from 3 big production wells from a different aquifer, and that's part of it. If most of our water is coming out of the Kingman sub-basin of the Wallapai Basin, so if somebody drills a new well, that's great, that's more production, but it's still the same resource, right? So, but if they're bringing water from someplace else, from Sacramento Valley, from outside of the Kingman sub-basin, maybe that's factored in more, but it may be that people are going to have to start bringing water with them, and that's the brave new world of water law or water resource management, I guess.
Did that answer, sort of?
Well, it's like a to be continued.
I think it is too.
Yeah.
I know, like in that model, for example, Rob, certain businesses, services, for example, a hospital is critical. And I would think there's weighting, in other words, that gets preferential treatment over other businesses. I mean, is there that kind of thing that comes into play too?
Not so much by use, it's more by it's by the benefits, right? And it's
Okay.
the benefits that we can enumerate.
So there is.
So, yeah,
Okay.
there are.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Owens from council?
I had a couple.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
So we can expect from here that now that you have the tool, you're going to draft some kind of policy?
Yeah, but the
To bring
tool
forth?
is still in process, right?
Okay.
I mean, the way it's set up right now, all those inputs are being updated, and that'll be
Okay.
kind of a process that we'll have to do every couple of years or so. And then to change it so we can utilize it within the city limits, that's going to require, so that work is ongoing, but the policy development is ongoing too, along with it.
Okay. So the water use, it's dependent upon whether it's inside the city or outside the city limits? Did I hear something also about population?
Well, that's one of the factors that goes into it.
Okay.
There's behind the scenes in the model, there's a whole series of assumptions
Sure.
and factors that have gone into it, and
Okay.
population is one of those.
Well, and that was one of my questions. So, we have several out of city limit users that affect our city as a population, just making sure, I mean, we are unique where we have more majority of people living outside the city limits than we do inside the city limits. So,
Yeah.
so, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Owens, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7B, electric vehicle experience update.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Foggen,
Mayor.
are you, yes?
Yes. So I just wanted to give a quick update on a meeting that I had with Bennett Bradley and Carl Cooper and the Historic Electric Vehicle Foundation group. And they were in town for the fun run. And as part of that visit, they wanted to come and talk to us about the project and what we could do to move it forward. As you will recall, for probably the last 7 or 8 years, the Electric Vehicle Foundation was, I think I've referred to them as kind of a silent partner. We had an agreement with them to display the vehicles. And in the last year, they have definitely taken a different approach, and they want to be an active part of moving this project forward. And so I just wanted to explain that our conversation with them was that we wanted to see and we needed to see this project move forward. They expressed that they are in the process of raising funds for the project as well, and that they are interested in exploring a public-private partnership with the city to make this project grander and more attractive than we first anticipated. So in that conversation, I basically challenged them to develop an agreement and bring that to the city so that we had something to work from and move forward with. As part of that, what we said and what we committed to doing is basically looking for examples of public-private partnerships that possibly could accommodate something like this. We're, at the time, Carl wasn't aware of any projects that of this kind, and basically agreed that he would look into the legal aspect of it. But that is really the conversation that we left with both parties agreeing to do some research and a challenge to them to come back with some kind of agreement or some kind of understanding of how we can move this project forward. So I just wanted to give you that quick update to let you know that we continue to encourage them to help us move this project forward. It's congratulations on the downtown streetscape. This is obviously, as we've envisioned, the the bookend to the powerhouse and the extra excuse people have to work their way down from the powerhouse through our Beal project and our businesses to the other end and vice versa. And so just wanted to give you that quick update that we are talking to the Historic Electric Vehicle Association. So.
Okay, questions for Mr. Foggin?
I have a comment and a question.
Yeah.
So are you saying that the city, we don't have any public-private partnership agreements that are already in place to give some direction to the group?
No, we don't. Not anything like this, and we weren't aware of anything that has been done in the state like this.
Okay. Well, and my comment is, I want to make sure that staff is giving the group as many resources as possible to keep this project moving forward and making something happen with this. So I just wanted to make that comment, please.
Sure. No, appreciate it. We're absolutely going to help them wherever we possibly can. If it's legal, and Carl will keep us in line there.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other comments?
Mayor
Councilor
Wilkins.
Pat?
Yeah, I'm just not understanding. Are we funding the setup for the electric vehicle museum to the tune of $4.5 million? Is that what our involvement is? 5 million? I don't know, pick a number.
So basically how this is currently budgeted and anticipated for the city was to design and construct an electric vehicle experience museum with educational displays, hands-on exhibits, that kind of thing. Something that you would expect to see at any type of educational museum experience. And so we started down that path, and in the process, we were running towards the end of the agreement that we've been working on, or that we've had with the Electric Vehicle Foundation, which was basically less than a two-page, or maybe two-page agreement that basically gave us the right to display and store the electric vehicles. And we were working with the foundation president, and in the middle of those negotiations of re-upping on that agreement, that individual basically stepped down as the organization's chair or president. I don't exactly know what the title is. And the Electric Vehicle Foundation took a completely different direction than they had for the past 7 or 8 years, which was, we want to be involved and we want to be part of moving this project forward. And what that ultimately looks like is unknown at this time. They want to raise money, and the ultimate question is, will we be able to move forward with basically a public-private partnership, spending our money on the project? And that's really what we're trying to explore and understand, is how much are we allowed to contribute to this project? How much is the foundation expecting us to contribute to the project? These are all things that we're trying to answer as part of this project. And we are from Vice Mayor Samley's comment, we, from the city side, are trying to provide answers that will help move this project forward in any way that we possibly can or are allowed to do by state statute.
All right, Manager Foggin, can I just ask a follow-up? Because I'm not following, I'm trying to follow. So we get to pay for the building, display and store electric car museum vehicles. What do we get in return? What does the city get in return? Aside from, hey, we have an electric car museum.
What do we get if we do all of that?
Sure, yeah.
We get increased tourism, more visits to the city, longer visits to the city, more sales tax revenue for the entire community.
All right, so
I mean,
essentially is the Historic Electrical Vehicle Association trying to come to us now and say, we want to privatize this museum? And they want to take over the cost? Is that what they're saying? Because I'm trying to follow, I'm just not following.
So they're trying to understand what they can do, and that's exactly one of the options that they're looking at is, can we move this project forward without city help? What city help would be needed? I mean, those are all the questions that are on the table.
Okay, and will we have further information? I mean, look, if this association wants to privatize it and raise their own revenue and open their own museum, would we be able to find out that ultimate fact, I don't know, by our budget workshop, or, that way we don't dump the $4.5 or $5 million just to turn it over to a private company. I mean, if they want to raise the revenue and do it themselves, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, no, we won't know by the budget workshop, nor will we probably know in the next month or two. Again, part of what the council, when we report this back and there's a move forward plan, the council is going to need to believe that this organization, if, for instance, what you just said is that it went completely private, does the council believe that they can raise the funds and put this project basically into activity? And I think that's something, part of what they're going to have to show the city is that if they, not opposed to that, turning this over to a private entity, if they can afford to do the project the way we've envisioned it and continue to run it over time.
All right, thank you, Manager Foggin.
Yep.
Mayor, I have one deal.
Thank you, Councilor Brett. Actually, Vice Mayor, and then.
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say, is it not a true statement, Manager Foggin, that just because it's in our CIP that we as a council can decide whether we want to move forward with this or we want to take it out of the CIP at this point in time? And then my follow-up is that we definitely would want to be a part of any plan, comparison and or negotiations to come before council. So it is right now, as it is, it's a capital improvement project. So that doesn't mean it's funded. That doesn't mean that we're going to do it, and we can talk about it during our budget workshop. Is that a true statement?
No, it's actually funded. If the funds are there, and the city stands ready to move the project forward.
But we do have the opportunity to shift those funds if we so choose. Is that not a true
Sure.
statement?
Yeah, sure,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Mayor?
Yes, yes, Councilor Walker.
My deal is I think I'd like to see a sit down with the association and let's see where they want to go with this before we commit to spending that much money, because we could sure shift that money to another project. I mean, if they want to go out this by themselves, I mean, we own the building. I don't know if that looks like a lease to them, or do we, I mean, originally I liked this property when we bought it for the parking, because parking downtown is not good. And we have that upper parking lot, but, is this something we would lease to them or sell to them, but let's sit down and see what they want to do before we go spending money on something they want to go in and remodel as soon as we do it.
Yeah, and I would just remind the council that this project has been put on hold. We've developed a concept plan for the design of the building. But it basically, when they changed direction on the agreement, I said to them that we're going to have to push pause, because we cannot move forward on an electric vehicle experience if we do not have electric vehicles in which to display.
Well, I would say let's table this till we can get a meeting with them and discuss it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's what Manager Foggin's report is, Ron, and correct me if I'm wrong, is basically we are in a holding pattern waiting for this electric vehicle foundation to decide how they're going to move forward, correct?
Right, that is
Okay.
correct.
And that's where we're at right now. Yes.
Right.
Councilor Staley.
So I'm both shocked and disappointed that the council wasn't consulted straight away when this new information came forward. And in fact, I remember asking early on, because I had been hearing rumors that they were hoping to privatize and take on the project themselves. I asked, the whole council received a message that no, they were not going to open their own museum. And so we have not authorized the city manager to negotiate a deal or to challenge them to bring something forward. We haven't been consulted what direction the whole of the council would like to take. So I apologize to the electric car people because you're trying to make a deal happen, but you're not talking to the right people because we're the ones that are going to make that decision. And I don't want you to walk out of here tonight thinking that we think this is a terrible idea and we don't want to pay for it. This is a great addition to our downtown and to our city, but we don't have a ton of extra money. You know, we have a lot of other things that this $4 million, $5 million after 2 years could go to if a private group wants to come in and do it. And that doesn't even consider the operating costs. Nobody's talked about this, hiring the employees, and the ongoing forever cost of running it, and the risk that maybe the association one day, everybody just wants to take their cars home and drive them, right? That's a possibility too. So private can always do a better job, a faster job. They aren't limited. So I think this is the best thing that could have happened to the city of Kingman, is to let the private group who owns the cars run with it. And I fully support that.
Mayor Watkins.
Yes,
Yeah,
Councilor Pat.
I'm in full agreement with Councilor Steely. The free market, the private market could handle a museum much better than a government can. They're bound to the laws of supply and demand. The government is not. And so when we don't have price signals or price calculation, we basically throw a random dart at a board to establish prices, and we're left in the dark because we don't have adequate price signals. When a private company does it, they're bound to those laws and they have to determine the prices and set it accordingly. So I'm in favor of privatizing any time. And I've always wanted to say this, and it's already been known by my fellow peers, I'm not bound by my predecessors. Just because we're engaged to an idea doesn't mean that I'm married to it. So I have absolutely no problem switching course, despite what previous city council members have done, or if it's in the best interest of the city. And I think that if we're going to be taking random shots in the dark, not have price signals, not have price calculation, we're going to eventually subsidize something because we don't have those market signals. So I'm all about these type of projects being funded and supported privately.
Thanks for the comments. Any other councilor members? Okay, Mr. Foggin?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I do want to point out that we did cover this when the initial suggestion was that the Electric Vehicle Foundation was not willing to sign the original agreement or move forward with the original agreement. At our retreat, we did discuss this, and I did indicate that we were going to continue to work with the Electric Vehicle Foundation in an effort to figure out the direction that they would like to go or what they're suggesting. I too agree that if there's an ability to privatize, if they want to come in and be the owners and take over the building, totally support that, because what we, ultimately what we want is we want the attraction to be able to bring more tourism, educate our own citizens on the history, and give them the hands-on experience. And whether the city does that or a private entity does that is the fact that we have it does it really matter if the city has control of it or private entity has control of it. As long as the doors stay open, it's attractive and is bringing visitors to our community, we support, we've been doing that, but we have to have the ability to have a starting point with what the ask is. Because right now, we don't know what the ask is. And that's not a knock on the Electric Vehicle Foundation. It's, we've got this budgeted, and we have a vision to move this forward. Just what can that look like in the future? And that's what we're trying to get to, so that we can bring something to the council, whether it's like I said, a public-private partnership, whether it's hey, these guys are going to take it over. Is the property leased? Is it purchased? None of these things are known, and the Electric Vehicle Foundation does not know the direction they want to go yet.
Maybe we should ask for a letter of intent then.
That's not what reports are for.
Right.
If you really want to go into more of a agenda item for some kind of guidance or direction, that would be, it's, right. Our common practice, part of our city council handbook is our city council handbook, which council adopts or does not adopt, does not generally allow for comment outside of the department, but council can feel free to override anything that they choose to override.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor?
is there an opportunity so that they could be prepared to speak, that we put it on another future agenda?
And that's what Carl just mentioned, is we put it on agenda, and that way it gives the foundation
I'd like
an
to request
opportunity.
that. I would like to request that, please.
Yeah. So I think that's the direction we should move. I appreciate you bringing that up. I mean, I know that's not answering your question tonight. But, right, and I think that's important, but I think we need to give them the courtesy of being prepared to move forward. Okay.
I'd also, just one more thing, I'd like to give the direction that from now on, the council will be involved in all talks with the Electric Car Museum, and we will get consensus from the council on how we want to move forward, so that they're not jumping through hoops and being challenged just as like obstacles put in front of them to slow them down. We want to make this an easy transition, a good working relationship, but the council has to give the direction on that. So we need to be involved. I don't want any more meetings that we don't know about, that we're not a part of, that aren't public. We can do a workshop, or she can come in the next meeting. We can hear from her. We'll decide then. But no more making deals without the council.
I think staff has heard that, and I think they understand, of course, the fact that we do have that power. They're not making a deal, so. But they do need to bring us proposals, and that's what this is all about, so, okay.
Yeah, and I would just say that we're absolutely not standing in the Electric Vehicle Foundation's way of being able to do exactly what we've been talking about. The effort that we've been involved with is to try to have this move forward with some kind of agreement that we can bring to the city council, and trying to work out an agreement in a public meeting is really difficult if you don't have something to start with, a base. And we are not making any effort to slow them down or to hinder moving this project forward, because we think it's important for our downtown.
You still there, Ron?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're done with 7B. Moving on to 7C, 2022 citizen survey results. And Ron, I think we're picking on you again on this one.
Yeah, thank you. If I could get the presentation put up. Can we? There. Excellent. Thank you. So this is results from our 2022 Kingman Citizen Survey. Apologize that you're getting it later than normal. Just the budget process and working through our employee compensation just have not had a chance to get to this until now. I've had every intention of presenting this in the second meeting in March, and it got pushed through April. And anyway, I apologize for that. Next slide, please. So just as an introduction, we basically conduct this survey through the National Research Center, referred to as NRC. The City of Kingman has been participating in the National Citizen Survey since 2018. The NRC survey process allows the city to track feedback over time, but it also gives us the ability to compare with other communities, more than 600 communities across the United States, who are all asking basically the same questions. The data gathered from the citizen survey is used by the city to shape our strategic plan actions. It's basically how we're tracking how our actions are doing. We develop our annual budget and track service delivery performance measurements. So we have departments that are using the data to help them better understand if they're making impact in what they're trying to do, or if they need to take a different direction. Next slide. So the survey focuses on these categories. There's the economy, the mobility of our community, the community design, the utilities, safety, the natural environment, parks and recreation, health and wellness, education, art and culture, inclusivity and engagement, and oh, I hit it twice. Sorry about that. I thought it was so important it got duplicated. So next slide. So I don't know why that says 2021, but our 2022 citizen survey, we had could I see? Oh no. We had 2,794 randomly selected households receive a mail copy of the survey. 460 residents completed the survey, which actually is the most residents that have ever completed the written survey. The survey results have a 95% confidence interval, which is basically to say that if you took the survey, sent it to all households, you would not get a better response. The response would be plus or minus 5% from the amount that we received. The survey results were weighed so that demographic profiles and respondents were represented across all profiles. So that weighting is really important, because if you have a large number of seniors, as an example, complete the survey, you may miss other age demographics that slant the survey results. So the survey results are weighed so that you get representation from all the different respondent groups, male, female, age groups, income level, areas within the city, that kind of thing. Next slide. So survey highlights, these are basically what the survey reviewers are suggesting they saw within the survey. So the Kingman's economy may be an area of opportunity. We know from past surveys, this is not a surprise. Council has recognized this. It's probably the largest reason that we are so concentrated on doing our 2 traffic interchanges, Kingman Crossing interchange being directly responsible for the retail and medical side of our economy, and then Rancho Santa Fe being retail, but more directed to the industrial side of our economy. And so I know the council's not surprised that that is a huge focus for our community. And then basically we have 40% of the participants rated the overall quality of businesses and services establishments in the Kingman as excellent or good. That rating is down from our 2021 survey. Again, looking forward to our downtown revitalization as well as our traffic interchange projects. We obviously look to see those scores jump dramatically. And then, as has been the case, a third offered positive ratings to our downtown and commercial areas, which remain stable. Again, the action that the council took tonight, we expect to see that change pretty dramatically. Next slide. Safety continues to be a high priority for our residents. That again continues to be the trend over time for Kingman. 85% of our respondents rated overall feeling of safety essential or very important in Kingman. These ratings indicate an area of opportunity. In contrast, residents' satisfaction with many aspects of safety remains steady and positive, with fire and police. And I guess I will throw in there, not listed is ambulance service that we don't actually run. And then fire prevention and education, which has been a big focus for our fire department, which has received, have been recognized as being important. We did see crime for prevention down 11%. Oh, there's ambulance. I'm like, I know ambulance is in there. And ambulance service is positive. And the feeling of safety from violent crimes also down 11%, 11 to 64%. Next slide. Residents raised concerns about health and wellness in Kingman. Again, we don't play a huge role in this as far as healthcare goes, but it's an important part of our livability. It's an important part of understanding what and how we can be partners with our basically our healthcare providers. Something that is part of our strategic plan is to partner as much as we possibly can with our health providers. I will point out that the large proportion, about 60% of the survey participants rated our Kingman fitness opportunities positively. 1/2 offered high marks for availability of paths and walking trails. Just want to, again, that's kudos to council for their vision and for our efforts to increase trails. inside the city as part of White Cliffs Wagon Wheels Trail, and a large expansion that's happening there. We expect to see, when that ribbon cutting occurs, we expect to see a large increase in our in that as well. And then finally, 58% of survey respondents related their overall health is excellent or very good. Obviously, we would like to see that much higher. So next slide. So just going through the categories, quality of life, the overall quality of life in Kingman for 2022, with basically 47% of the participants rating high quality of life good or excellent. Next slide. So part of quality of life is these two questions. Kingman is a place to live. We see a decrease over time for that, 52%, and overall quality as a place to live is decreased, and overall quality of life is decreased. I think what we really saw through the entire survey was people feeling pretty bad about the economy. One of the large decreases or indicators was that people were asked if they thought the current economy was going to be a positive or negative, and we actually saw that drop to single digits as people were really concerned about high inflation in the economy. So next slide. As far as governance goes, the overall confidence in Kingman government in 2022 was 21% excellent or good. Next slide. Overall customer service by the Kingman employees remains steady at 58%, and our public information services remain steady at 40%. Next slide. Overall direction that Kingman is taking remains steady at 34%. The job Kingman government does at welcoming residents, resident involvement remains steady. Overall confidence in the Kingman government, that's the one that I pointed out earlier, dropped to 21%, and generally acting in the best interest of the community was down a little bit, but didn't move much. We'd clearly like to see that increasing. Being honest actually remained pretty steady with a slight increase. Next slide. Governance. So this is just how do we compare to the federal government? We had a decline. We remain much higher in confidence than the feds. Not surprising, but both areas saw decreases. Next. So our overall economic health in Kingman, this is with good or excellent, 26%. Again, this is, I think we were seeing at the time that scare on inflation and just worries about going into a recession really being the top topic of most newscasts. Next slide. So our overall economic health remained steady. Clearly, we want to see that increasing, but has remained pretty consistent since 2018. Next slide. Continuing on, overall quality of businesses and establishments remain pretty steady. Talked about that a little bit earlier. The variety of businesses and service establishments. This is a new question that doesn't have any comparison. Again, we really think that these categories will start increasing as people see the development at Kingman Crossing and Rancho Santa Fe going into place. And we're expecting a really large jump there. Vibrancy of the downtown and commercial areas. I mentioned this as well earlier, that with our efforts on the downtown streetscape, people coming down and seeing our downtown, we really expect to see this really jump over the next couple of years. Next slide. Employment opportunities remain pretty steady. Shopping opportunities dropped dramatically, and cost of living dropped again, going directly to the inflation that we were experiencing at the time, as well as worry about recession. Next. And this is the one I was referring to earlier, the impact, if any, you think that it'll have on your family's income in the next 6 months. Is a huge drop, negative 12%. That is wildly down. Again, looking at what was happening at the time the survey was being conducted in November, this really didn't come as a surprise. Again, we would expect to see this be a blip in as we look for economic recovery, or what citizens see as economic recovery in the next year. Next question, or next slide. Overall quality of the transportation system at 28%, rating it good or excellent. Next slide. The traffic signal timing remained consistent. Street repair down, not much different than in 2018. Street cleaning was an increase. We have put a lot of effort in that, so it's good to see that increase. Street lighting continue to be pretty steady as well. Next slide. Community design, 34% of citizens rating it good or excellent. Again, this is kind of how the city's laid out and how easy it is to find things. Next slide. The overall design and layout of residential and commercial areas remained steady at 34%. And your neighborhood is a place to live. People continue to like their neighborhoods, remaining steady at 77%. Overall quality of the utility infrastructure in Kingman. This basically receiving 46% of good or excellent. Next slide. Garbage collection remained fairly steady. Drinking water was steady. Sewer services were actually up. Not exactly sure why. It's always good when the sewer goes away. So I guess people were seeing that happen. And then stormwater management up slightly. Again, I will say that I was expecting this to be really down based on the huge monsoon season that we had, probably the largest we've ever seen. And so having that remain steady or be up a little bit was a surprise. Next slide. On safety, covered this a little bit already. 50% saying that feeling of safety in the community is good or excellent. Next slide. These continue to be the important questions are, do you feel safe in your neighborhood during the day? This remained pretty consistent. And then in Kingman's downtown and commercial area, are you safe during the day? Again, remaining pretty steady at 83%. Next question, or next slide, sorry. Our rating for police remained steady. Talked about this a little bit earlier. The crime prevention was down from before, but mirrored or was pretty close to 2018. Animal control was up. Really, congratulations to our neighborhood services folks for that. Ambulance service and emergency medical services. Obviously, the fire department provides a portion of that, and we have a third-party provider for ambulance, remained fairly consistent, but was down. And one of the things that we do know on the ambulance side is that AMR has had a hard time with staffing, and this may be reflected in wait times for ambulances. Fire service remained fairly steady, and I pointed out fire prevention education is appreciated, and we actually have a renewed effort with our fire prevention folks doing a really great job in the schools. Overall quality of natural environment, that is basically how have we done in preserving our high desert natural environment. That is at 59%, good or excellent. Next slide. On our parks and recreation, 58% rating our parks, our overall quality of our parks and recreation opportunities, 58% rating them good or excellent. Next slide. On the parks, we have the availability of paths and walking trails. I mentioned this earlier, that it is up, and we're happy to see that up because we've made efforts there. Fitness opportunities remain steady. Recreation opportunities went down. Again, if there was a surprise, that would be one, as the city's offering probably more recreation opportunities as part of our programs. And there's also a number of private entities that are offering a number of recreation opportunities as well. So we're surprised that this was down a little bit. As far as city parks, the quality of our parks, that remains steady at 68%. Next slide. Health and wellness, talked about this a little bit already. The 34% giving it excellent or good. Next slide. The overall health and wellness opportunities down. The availability of affordable quality food down quite a bit. Again, I think this goes to the inflation and the recession conversation, and then the affordability of healthcare, again down, again to the condition of our economy at the time. Next slide. Education, arts, and culture, excellent to good, 22% rating that as they took the survey. Next slide. Overall opportunities for education, culture, and art was down to 22%. Again, hopefully the revitalization that's happening in the downtown and with the efforts that the Art Hub is doing, we're hoping to see that obviously go up. And then the opportunity to attend cultural, art, and musical activities remained pretty consistent at 27%. Next slide. Residents' connection and engagement with their community, 27% giving that a good or excellent rating. Neighborliness of residents remained consistent at 41%. Opportunity to participate in social events and activities remained pretty consistent. Opportunities to volunteer dropped 53%, which surprises me because, as has already been covered in the meeting tonight, there is plenty of opportunity to help just with our veterans. And I know there's plenty of opportunity to help with our seniors in the community, not to leave out our recreation opportunities and just the events that are happening that we put on. We need volunteers constantly. The opportunities to participate in community matters dropped 8% to 40%. Next slide. And then we have the opportunity to ask a few one page basically of questions that are unique to whatever we want to ask. We thought basically this was a really important question to ask as we were in the process of asking and hoping for an INA. What we wanted to know is, were citizens taking some kind of step to conserve water over the last year? And this is the results of that. I'm not going to go through them, but I think it shows that our citizens are paying attention and are trying to do their part. And we're seeing that in our residential water usage, that our citizens are actually really good and being cognizant of water savings, conservation. Next slide. So the last couple of slides, what I wanted to do is highlight and point out how we're using our citizen survey as part of our strategic plan. So the strategic plan has set goals that have trackable actions, and finally they have goals that have measurements. And so these are how we're using those. So we're asking the question to the citizens on beautification. Please rate the following in the Kingman community: the overall appearance. You can see how that's been tracked over time and what our strategic plan goal is. I have 2021 highlighted when the council and the senior leadership team revised when we revised the strategic plan and updated the goals and developed the new actions, is kind of when we were tracking this over the next 5 years to try to meet these goals. And so when we have a down year where citizens are feeling down about the economy or about issues, we still have the ability over that 5-year period to meet those goals, and we're absolutely going to make every effort to do that with our actions. Next slide. So our public safety efforts is, so we want an average public safety score of our strategic plan goal is 75%. We're currently running at 64% for 2022. We really, in talking with both fire and police, with the actions that they're proposing, they feel like the 75% is obtainable over that 5-year period. Next slide. Our economic development is obviously an important one that we've been concentrating on. You can see us currently at 30% with the strategic goal of 40%. And then the overall confidence in the city government, strategic plan goal has been 30%. We are currently at 21%, and we're going to continue to do our annual customer service training with our employees and several other actions to hit that 30%. Next slide. And then as far as public communication goes, these are the questions that we're asking for the quality of it says economic development score, but it should say the public communication score. Sorry about that typo. We set that at 38% and currently at 31%. We were not tracking that prior to that. And then our city employee contacts, again, overall customer service by Kingman employees. We've really got an aggressive goal of 70% and maintaining that. I think we actually can hit that and maintain that over time. Next one. That was the last one. So that's our 2022 citizen survey for this year. Sorry for the length. I know that's long. There's a lot of questions. We appreciate the citizens that provide the feedback, and we look forward to continuing to do this over time.
Thank you, Ron.
You bet.
Have you ran out of gas yet?
Yeah, pretty much. No, doing all right. Thank you.
That's a lot of information to take in. I find it interesting
Yeah.
you made the statement.
Well, and yeah, go ahead.
I find it interesting you made the statement that we actually had the highest percentage of participation than we've had before, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, that is interesting. Well, thanks again for that report. Council, any comments? Councilor Pat.
Yeah, Mayor Watkins, came on in December of 2022, and there's been a significant decrease. Jamie said it's probably all my fault, which is a fair assessment. But all jokes aside, I wanted to talk about, got to wake them up somehow, right? All right, all jokes aside, when it comes to safety, sometimes I wonder how much this is perception versus reality, because I think the Kingman Police Department and Kingman Fire Department are doing a terrific job. I would ask a future, just an update. I mean, it doesn't have to be a full lengthy report. I believe Police Chief Cooper already gave a report, but just to reiterate, perception versus reality. Are we seeing an uptick in crime also from the city attorney's office, if they're seeing an uptick in crime? And perhaps either the city manager or the city attorney could reach out to the Mojave County attorney or chief deputy and ask them if they have statistics on Kingman and if we're seeing an uptick in crime. Once again, I just want to address perception versus reality, because I think I looked into it the other day. I was feeling a little bit of despair, but that's probably because of my overwhelming caseload. And I was thinking to myself, well, maybe crime is up, but I think I was mistaken. I think it's pretty on course or on par for the course. Not saying that's a good thing. Crime is never a good thing, but once again, just want to address perception versus reality. Thank you.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Councilor Pat.
appreciate that. And I would say that part of the issue for us is that it goes to that perception of if there's things happening in the county where the sheriff's department is dealing with things, our experience has been that that's been kind of lumped in to that, and it certainly doesn't reflect our efforts. I would say that your question or your comment about the crime rate, our crime rate is not skyrocketing and remains fairly flat, if not going down. But again, it does go to your perception of what's happening in the news at the time you took the survey. That's obviously, if there's a drawback to any survey, it's that snapshot in time of when you took it. What did you watch on the news, or what did you read in the paper, or what were you talking about? But I think what I would point out on public safety, at least safety wise, is that our citizens remain feeling really safe in their neighborhoods, in the commercial shopping areas of our community.
Thanks again, Manager Foggin.
You bet.
Okay, moving on. 7D, City Trails Update. Mr. Mearsman.
Thank you, Mayor,
did we-
Vice Mayor, and
did we-
Council. I want to start out by apologizing for the length of my presentation. I have quite a few slides here to get through, so I'll try to go as fast as I can.
Did we save the best for last?
We did. We saved the best for last.
As long as the pictures, we can just scroll through it.
Yep.
Short and
Anyway,
sweet.
So our Parks Master Plan showed that, and obviously Ron's talk there, that trails are important to the people in Kingman. The White Cliffs Trail System is 240 acres between downtown and uptown. So, and Red Rock State Park in Sedona is 260 acres. And so I've told the Chief of Grants that we're moving in on state parks. So
Cool.
we had a property donation there, which is really crucial. It was a 5-acre parcel where all the trails came together, and it was in the John Lingenfelter Trust. And I contacted Fred Lingenfelter, and 2 days later, he called me back and told me that they would donate that property. And thank you to Sandra Terry, his sister, and Fred Lingenfelter for that, because this wouldn't have been possible without that. Trailheads, we have 3 trailheads. The yellow is the White Cliffs Wagon Wheels Trailhead, the one that's been there forever, and the downtown trail is between 3rd and 4th Street, right behind Palo Christi School, and the Uptown Trail is next to the golf course driving range and the Elks Lodge. And here's just some pictures of it. This is the downtown. This is the White Cliffs Wagon Wheels Trailhead. Really proud of the job that our guys have done there. The downtown trail. This is the property where it's at, and this is the view from up there. It's just going to be a beautiful trailhead. Oh, wow. And this is the golf course trailhead right next to the driving range. You can see. New trailhead maps and kiosks are in the works. Colorado River Trail Alliance was very active in this, and they've done a great job with this. This whole project basically is their vision, and we've just taken the ball and run with it. So I'm really pleased to be working with them. American Conservation Experience is doing the mapping for us, and we're going to update the website. And we're updating all the mobile apps that people use. White Cliffs Project Phase 2 was designed by American Conservation Experience, 5 miles of trails, $162,000 grant. This is just a breakdown of the hours they worked and the time that they worked, so I won't belabor all that. But and this is the name of all the trails, and this is going to be on our website, where it just gives a brief explanation of every trail and tells you that what it is and how far it is. And this is more of the trails. The word's getting out about our trail system here. We had a guy in town that was videotaping a movie, and he went out and hiked it, and he said that they're just stunning trails. So, and he's from LA area, so they have some pretty nice trails over there too. So that was pretty exciting. And we had a park commission member that was at the REI store in Flagstaff, and when they saw that she was from Kingman, they said they heard that they had some really cool biking and hiking trails here. So, and the CRATA people, the Colorado River Trail Alliance people, they're really pleased with how the trails that we've built are holding up with the rains and everything, and how beautiful this project's coming along. The Connector Trail was a $99,000 grant. It's basically at the top of 3rd Street and takes you up over the mountain to get to the Phase 2 area. There's another property donation here. We had to get access to the city property, and the highlighted area there in yellow, you see it right there. It was donated by Sue Jenkins and Jim Bennick of Arizona Choice Properties, and we were fortunate to get that just so we could get the trail to connect there. And that's right at the top of 3rd Street. The Connector Trail was really steep grades, and so it was a lot of hard work to do it, and a lot of rock work that had to be done to secure the trail. And this is a breakdown of the hours that they worked, the ACE crew did as part of the grant. 2.1 miles is what it is, like I said, and ACE is portion of that is $90,000, and we have $9,000. We're putting a drinking fountain in and all the signage that we're putting in. So, and that we're not finished with the signing. All the construction is done, but we're not finished with the signage. We're waiting on the signs to be printed and the drinking fountain to get installed. So, trail use obviously has grown over the past 12 months. There's estimated 8,000 people using it, and this is just a couple pictures of the people that I was hiking with, and the people that you see there, people with young kids, and just everybody I go down there quite a bit, and I see a lot of people there that are utilizing the trail, so it's really pretty exciting. Another trail we're working on is it's Kingman Crossing Omaha Drive Path, and this is a project that was going to be donated by Angle Homes, and it's shared costs with us on some of the stuff. And we sent letters out to all the neighboring properties, and they've expressed some concerns. So we've set up a meeting for, as a matter of fact, this Thursday night at 4 out on site, and to answer their questions and give them some more information. And Kingman Crossing Trail basically is going to go from over the East Kingman, under the freeway, all the way over to Wallapai Mountain Road, and then our hope is eventually we get a trail coming down from Wallapai Mountain Park all the way to downtown Kingman. So that's kind of what our vision is there. Beale Loop Trail is another area we've done a lot of cool work, and we've been working with Bureau of Land Management and CRATA, looking at doing some redoing some of the trails out there to make them more user-friendly and more sustainable. And we're working with BLM on that, and they can do some of the studies and stuff that we have to do that to be able to get grants. We have to do cultural studies and everything, and they'll handle that part of it because it's a shared management area, the Beale Loop is. And this is just some of the trails that ACE has looked at for us, and tells you where what's already there, what's to be worked on, and what's how we'll construct it. Sign holders are really proud of the job our parks guys do on all this. Arizona State Parks had a site visit and came and checked out all this work just last Friday, and they were really pleased with how it turned out, and they were really impressed by how beautiful that area is up in there. If you haven't been up in there, I mean, it's just, and there's areas that you don't even realize that are there now that you see. So, and this is a true community project. Thank you to you all for supporting this, obviously. The Park Commission, CRATA members, BLM, Arizona State Parks and Trails, American Conservation Experience, they've done a great job for us. Community members, city departments, a lot of other departments have been helpful in this, and really proud of the job that our parks team has done. With that, I'll answer any questions if you have any. How'd I do?
Great. Mike, good job. I think I was about 10 minutes or less.
Now I can breathe. Thanks you all.
Any questions for Mr. Mearsman?
I just have a comment.
Yes, Mayor.
I'm
Vice Mayor.
I love what you have done with the trails, and the word is getting out. I talk to people on the regular, and they are aware, and they haven't yet hiked, but they are aware. So I think you're really putting us on the map with a different demographic of visitor, and I really appreciate that because we do have some high class hiking trails. So I appreciate all the hard work of all the agencies and your department in particular. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks, Mike. Okay, item number 8, announcements by mayor, council members, and city manager. Mr. Foggen, you still with us?
I'm still here.
Okay, do you have any announcements you'd like to share?
Yeah, so I just want to remind everybody that street drags are happening, and it's a big event. Encourage everybody to attend. Be aware that it is impacting direct routes down Route 66. So just want to make sure everybody's aware of that and encourage everybody to attend. If you haven't seen them, it's a really cool event. The other one that I just want to remind everybody about is the City Department Expo. Our annual expo will be June 1st. That is a really great time to come and check out city equipment, city programs, city information. We have a lot of team members that participate in that, and as you know, there will be a table and an area for city administration and the council to hand out items and to meet and greet people that attend the event. We love putting this on. We think it's a great opportunity to share what the city does for our citizens, and a great opportunity to share our employees who love doing it as well. So those are the 2 items I had. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Manager Foggen. Councilor Walker.
Nothing tonight.
Councilor Savage.
Yes. Last week, Mayor Watkins, Bennett, and myself met with the Mexican consulate. here to present to us to become a sister city. I think it's Palacito. Is that the city?
I'm not sure. I'd have to review the
Yeah,
notes.
something like that. It's a similar city in Sonora, Mexico, with some of our same kind of demographics of what we do around here. So we're looking into that.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Ward. Counselor Staley, okay. Counselor Pat.
Nothing further.
Vice Mayor.
Nothing for me.
Okay, couple quick things. First, I want to thank Vice Mayor for conducting the first meeting of City Council here, of course, and the first of the month. I appreciate that. I was out of town at a business expo in Louisiana, and in New Orleans, and I can check that off my bucket list that I've been in New Orleans and on Bourbon Street. So, last week, and this is a good reminder for all of us, and we need to constantly thank our health care providers, but also nurses. I was able to read a proclamation and present it to the nursing staff at the KRMC last Tuesday morning. And so once again, appreciate all they do for our community. I have a daughter that's a nurse, NICU nurse, and I appreciate all she does and even the medical help she gives me sometimes. So Manager Foggen mentioned the street drags. Tomorrow, of course, council members are always invited. It's the mayor's Veterans Resource Team Luncheon at the City Court. I don't think there's any graduation tomorrow, but it is at 12 o'clock, and it does give all of us a better idea of what is being done for our veterans, and I think that's a great thing. So I just want to let you know about that. Once again, I appreciate all that is done, all those who serve on our various commissions and the volunteer time that they donate to our city, and that's what helps push our city forward. Item number 9, council requests for future reports and updates. Councilor Pat.
Just
Nope.
the one I mentioned earlier. That would be
Okay.
it.
Okay. I think staff has noted. Item number 10, executive session. Item 10A, city manager annual contract review. The council may go into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1 for the city manager's annual contract review, discussions, and possible action. I do have, as you have noted, that Manager Foggen is out of town because of a family medical issue, and so he is not here. So we do have the decision whether we want to have this tonight or we can postpone it till the next meeting when he is here present. So otherwise, we do need a motion if we want to move forward on that.
I would like to call for an executive session, please.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So we will thank you, all of you, for being here in council chambers, and we are going into executive session. the mic? I guess I do, right? We as a council discussed what we needed to during executive session, and we are going to adjourn. Any complaints? We are adjourned.